We're going to begin our meeting. If I can have Ms. Schwartz come in with all of our invitation, please.
Use your teacher voice.
Good evening. This is not on. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
All right, please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to serve our students, staff, and community. As we make decisions tonight, grant us wisdom, clarity, and unity so that our choices reflect what is best for all. We ask for your protection over our students, families, and staff during the holiday break. Keep them safe, bring them rest and joy, and allow this time to renew their spirits. As we return in the new year, may we come back refreshed, focused, and ready to continue the important work set before us. For it is in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, the time is 6:01, and we're going to call the meeting to order. We're going to establish a quorum. Those present this evening are Becky Stevenson, Clint Shive, myself, Melissa Sartain, Dan Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick. Announcement that this meeting has been duly called and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. At this time, if anyone wishes to participate in public participation and comments, that time is now. Anyone signed up? Okay, no one has signed up for that, so we're going to move on into our recognitions this evening. We're going to have varsity volleyball, the theater state finalist, and the football academic recognitions.
The Navarro varsity volleyball team worked hard all season long, showing grit, heart, and determination every step of the way. They secured the bi-district championship and advanced to the area round of playoffs. Off the court, several athletes have also demonstrated their dedication to academic pursuits by receiving academic honors. This year, the entire Lady Panther volleyball team earned academic all-district, finishing the season with an outstanding team GPA of 96. Including Brooklyn Fox, McKenna Fox, Aubrey Glenn, Reagan Shimonsky, Peyton Sisak, Katie Gosh, and Keely Cooper. Additionally, we recognize the following athletes for their achievements. First team All-District, Riley Smith, Mika Dupreez, Piper Fox. Second team All-District, Meyer Harris, Aiden Chapa, Ellie Hip, and Honorable All-District, Lindley Kirk. Outstanding setter of the district was Hannah Durrett, and academic All-State was Avery Sisak, Peyton Shimonsky. And we are incredibly proud of our girls for their hard work they put in on the court and in the classroom. Their commitment, effort, and excellence never wavered. Congratulations to the team and coaches Paige Poth, Kelly Bush, and Olivia Prince. Parents, you're welcome to come up to take a photo. Okay, and next we have our theater group. The Navarro High School Theater Troupe 7566 achieved outstanding success at the recent Texas Thespian Festival in Corpus Christi, bringing significant recognition to Navarro ISD. We are proud to announce that several students secured national qualifier status, the highest level of achievement in their respective events. These top scoring performances were earned by senior Joshua Brooks in contrasting monologues, and he was also named a finalist for the highly competitive Texas Thespian Scholarship, distinguishing himself from a field of over 400 applicants statewide. Junior Zoe Alexius for her short film, sophomore Claire Martinez in solo musical, and sophomore Sarah Mullen, who was chosen from over 4,000 students to perform her monologues for Fine Arts Administrator Day to showcase the dedication and hard work of Texas thespians. The entire company of 12 students represented Navarro High School with exceptional professionalism and Panther pride throughout the festival. Under the direction of theater director Mrs. Carter Ridge, these students demonstrated their commitment to the Navarro High School Theater Department's mantra of attitude, dedication, and ability. Their achievements in teaching life skills through the magic of theater and their success at the festival are a proud moment for our Panther family, showcasing the bright future of Navarro Fine Arts. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, and next we have football. We celebrate the remarkable resilience and determination of the varsity football team. This year, our athletes were faced with a significant challenge, adapting to an entirely new system across offense, defense, and special teams. This kind of program overhaul often requires a multi-year learning curve, but this team met the challenge head-on, working diligently to absorb new schemes and a new way of operating in a short amount of time, which allowed us to be consistently competitive throughout the season. Their commitment to growth, combined with their dedication to excellence off the field, maintaining 0 ineligible players for the entire season and earning 33 academic all-district honors, is a true testament to the high standard they have set for Panther football moving forward. We are incredibly proud of their character, their fight, and their culture shift they initiated. The varsity Panthers football team earned several postseason academic and individual honors. First team All-District Mason Harvey, Eli Melton, Isidro Rocha, Dylan Trotty, and Brody Zeller. Second team All-District Mason Berry, Grayson Carlisle, Emerson Elder, Braddock Galini, Tyler Risky, Evan Rodriguez, and Luke Vogel. Honorable mention All-District Eli Baker, Austin Davison, Julius De Leon, and Colin Geipel. And District Offensive Line MVP was Chris Ledesma. Additionally, during the season, a special recognition was announced congratulating Braddock Galini on being selected to play in the San Antonio Sports All-Star Game at the Alamo Dome in January, and we know you will represent our school well. We express our appreciation to our coaching staff, trainers, parents, and fans for their leadership and commitment to our football program. Thank you to our coaches for not only guiding us to success on the field, but also for instilling valuable life lessons, upholding Navarro traditions, building our Panther legacy, and helping our students grow on and off the field. Congratulations. Okay, athletes, I need all of you to take like 2 steps this way. Okay, that's great. Keep smiling. Thank you. And trustees, one more thing, we wanted to mention that FFA was reflected on the agenda this evening with the recent chapter show and events and other activities. We're gathering those calculations and we will come back to recognize them in January.
Okay, and with that, we're going to move into item number 6, the high school construction and bond 21 and 22. for updates with AGCM project managers Melissa New and Ryan Smith.
Good evening, President Sartain, Dr. Epley, members of the board. I'm going to start off by saying if you haven't seen the MTV Cribs video that the students created, that should say it all for the high school. So to tag on that, staff tours, furniture move-in, figuring out what tweaks we need to make, that's all underway now, but that was a great video. Same timeline. Baseball, softball, April 26th targeting, football, September of 26th. Playgrounds, parking lots finished, junior high refresh, Ryan will touch on that, and the chiller, as well as the elementary and intermittent refreshes, and then Navarro South Elementary will come further down in your agenda tonight. Overall for the athletics, just a whole bunch of getting everything ready to get turf down, but bullpens on the left, concrete has now been poured. On the right, I was trying to capture softball, and you can see the survey equipment out there. It's very tedious getting that turf base level and compacted, and so they're continuing to still work on that. All the turf materials are out there, and hopefully soon we start seeing turf go down, but it's just a matter of getting that compaction. To the left, site work is ongoing. That's more drainage if you haven't noticed any of the rest of the drainage. To the right is the visitor amenity building. Last week they flew units, so now they're working on exterior masonry, in-wall plumbing, rough-in. I gotta look at my notes, sorry. It's RTA chase walls, and then the canopies are going up. Overall, throughout the site, stadium has been it's been rough graded. They're working on the curbs that go around the track. So lots. Do you have any question on athletics or the high school at this point before we move on to the other project updates?
Go ahead and move on.
No.
Junior high refresh and the chillers replacement, no, not a whole lot of updates for you on that. Remember, we will be starting right when we come back on January 5th. So everything is in place there. We've got both of the two separate contractors from each project. We've gotten them together, got their schedules merged, so everything is looking great. As far as the pre-con, submittals are in. Chillers are already here, not here, but at their yard, and the pumps as well. So all the main ingredients are here. We're just waiting to get started on the 5th for those two projects. Intermediate and elementary refresh. We had a brief meeting today with the architects again. That one is going to be coming up fast, like we've been telling y'all. Y'all will see the SD and DD drawings at the January meeting, and then right around the corner in the February meeting, you'll have the 100% CDs, so we can get started early spring with that one. So that will have all of the 2024 bond projects kicked off at that point. And then, of course, Navarro South Elementary will be hearing as your second action item for that GMP approval.
Any questions for Mr. Zwicky on those projects?
I don't have a question necessarily for them. I just have a question about, I guess, the high school and whether or not we have kind of a bit of everything's getting ready to be moved and kind of what that timeline looks like, whether or not people are going to be here for break teachers and so on. And then I know I've had at least a couple of people mention, as we transition over and we start to begin, people have our basketball athletics and things like that happening over at that particular site. Some folks being concerned. I know one of the traditions that our kids have always had, and most districts do, the posters that the basketball, the girls and the boys, and they all have to support that there's some concern that that's not going to be allowed in the new gymnasium. And I don't know if that is just people being concerned they can't do that, but could you give us a little bit of an update on, what that move looks like, what that's going to be like for our kids going forward?
Absolutely. So in your Friday memos, we have updated the moving guide that also went out to parents and our staff. And so that gives you the full timeline of the move. Saturday was our first full day where staff was supported at the campus with a move-in. So we had our groups, the band boosters were there helping to set up the band halls. We had our cheer students helping with that as well. So lots of movement was happening on Saturday. There are specific dates that are set for the break. We didn't want people to have to be kind of tied to the building the whole break. We want everyone to enjoy their break. So we picked some specific dates where Mr. Scarborough's staff will be available, and so people can come in and move in and have the opportunity to continue to set up their space or their rooms. We will continue, as we have for the last couple of weeks, having practices in those two gyms. So we'll continue to practice in the spaces. We have discussed and have a marketing plan for advertisement. I have not spoken with the athletic director about posters. That's a tradition, and I think that we certainly have not ever said we wouldn't be doing that. I think it's probably about location, since the walls are very different when you have one whole wall that's glass now. But we're absolutely, I love those things. If I could put them on the outside of the building, I would. I think it's cool for kids to see themselves blown up and celebrated. So I definitely don't want to lose that tradition. But yes, we have all furniture moved in. Meteor has done a walkthrough. So anything as we walk through that was a dented trash can that they delivered or anything like that, we've documented, and they'll be replacing that. There are a couple of areas where when department heads sat down, maybe they made some assumptions like, I need a table, but didn't say how big that table was. And so now the table's there and they're like, this really isn't big enough. And so we've talked about, we have a system for them to put in their wants, put in needs, and then we will come together and make those additional orders if we need to. I know there was some confusion, and we have had staff changes since the design, right? So, no, I ordered desktops, but we didn't order necessarily an appropriate table for a desktop. We did it for a laptop. So now we're going back and ordering those pieces. So there's just a few areas like that, but all of the furniture is in, and the punch list for any furniture that needed to be repaired or replaced is in. And then our punch list. If you walk the building, you'll find lots of blue tape. And so Bartlett Cock is aware of the punch list. I received today, the architect made his walk, and he has submitted his punch list. We, as the district, have submitted our punch list, and so AGCM is merging those lists and making sure Bartlett has that in their queue. And then, of course, we know we have a 1-year warranty for things that are larger, like we bought dishwashers for all of the prep rooms for science. So if they go to work at a dishwasher and it doesn't work, we're phoning in that warranty. So that's a little different from the punch list side. But all of that is being documented and we're walking through. As we get people in, just like you would in a custom home that you've designed and you're super excited about and now you're living in, and you go, what's this? This wasn't this. We shouldn't have had this. This is a mistake, or this isn't installed correctly. So we saw some of that Saturday, namely a rolling door in the band hall that we had Alamo door come out, so they'll be replacing that door. So anything that we see that is not working correctly is being addressed and corrected. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more of the timeline.
And to piggyback on that, we are prioritizing every safety and security, and then what's needed for first day of school, drilling holes and grommets for Jason's team to get the computers. That wasn't sure. We put the desk where the outlets were, didn't realize that it was going to have a back to it, things like that.
Yeah. Those are those discoveries where you're like, well, this is awesome. They have a port and they have a plug, but they have no way to get that cord up through the beautiful new desk. So they're coming back through and drilling those grommet holes and just making some of those corrections. We're also balancing the HVAC system, pressurizing the building, as you know. Security is critical, so we have to make sure that doors do close and that the pressure in the building doesn't hold a door open. But there's a balance, right? Because if you go the opposite way, all the doors slam. So that's something we've been working through as well. And I feel confident every time I come to visit, they get a little bit more of a list. We're a very detailed group. We're very proud of this building. We know that our taxpayers have invested a lot and we want the job done right. And so we are pointing out those things, and Bartlett's been extremely receptive.
I do have a question. I have some senior girl that I know is interested in parking spots. So
Yes,
how
sir.
is that going to work from the ones here going over there?
So there will be numbered spots.
They're
So
painted.
anyone has
They're
purchased.
painted.
Yes, they're painted. So anyone who has purchased a slot will have one. We've also discussed with administration if somebody now is like, I really want one now. If we have that spot available, they can purchase one now. And of course, all of that is tied to a fundraiser through Project Grad. So our student advisory has started one of their research projects is what that will look like going forward. And so they are proposing some different ideas, whether it's to paint the way they currently do, whether one of the ideas is everyone would get a large paw and you could paint within that paw, and so that way we wouldn't necessarily worry about having to overdo the lines again because it would be contained. But they're going to be surveying the population and not just the seniors. I think the seniors are fine with not painting, but as we've talked about, some of our kids coming up, that was something they were looking forward to, so we want to get their opinion on that. And it is very different because we're working now on concrete instead of asphalt. So we want to make sure we're being good stewards of the materials and that we're able to maintain, but that we're honoring that tradition. So I think you're going to hear from our student advisory about their research project and what the findings are, and we'll make some decisions on that. But we have kept Project Graduation in the loop about just making sure that everybody understands. We want to make sure we don't lose the opportunity for that fundraiser, but that we're also making sure going forward it's sustainable and it's something that we can make sure we are not damaging the pavement.
So my question is not for you guys either. You're welcome. So on top of the tradition thing, I also received some of that stuff, and so maybe this is also false.
Sure.
But I was asked, why is NYSO not allowed in the new gym? So I told them not to reach out, but I don't know if that's going to be something that changes too.
I think they should reach out. I need
Great.
to have conversations
You do.
about, we met today, Robbie and I met today about their concerns about as we grow and as their population grows. We do need an officer at their events, and we do need a custodian at their events, and that is normally something we charge for. They have some concerns about those fees, so we met to talk about what that would be. So I would love to have that conversation. So yes, please encourage them to talk to us.
I will again.
I will let you know that in surrounding districts, the main competition gym is only open to the students who compete, or if we are hosting tournaments. And they like to utilize the auxiliary gyms for supporting the other organizations. I know, and I forgive me for speaking for you, but I know your opinion on this. We absolutely value, I'm sorry, I'm talking to our athletic director. I know you value this too. Our athletic director behind you. We absolutely value the programs that are raising up our young athletes and preparing them and helping us to develop an interest in the program. So no one is going to want to discourage that, but it's a matter of just having a conversation about what we want, how we want to best utilize our facilities. And based on the presentation you will hear today from our Long Range Master Planning Committee, I think we 100%, if all goes well, will have another quite formidable facility for everybody to use over at the junior high. Well, will be the junior high, so
Thank you.
you are welcome.
I'm going to go way back in that conversation and just ask for clarification, because you said during the break, and you used the word people can come up.
Yes.
We're referring to staff.
We are.
and those
We are.
Okay.
And we have reiterated that staff and staff family that are assisting with carrying objects and things like that, because we know moving in for some of our teachers, luckily in this case, this is secondary. We're not moving in rugs and rocking chairs and big blow-up chairs that elementary tends to really nest. But we know people need assistance getting things into the building. But we have asked that please wait for the dedication on the 12th. We will 100% give you tours and let you see all of it. But we are just trying to create a safe environment for our staff to be able to comfortably move in. We will have food delivery over the break as well, so the cafeteria is ready to go and hit the ground running when the kids come in. So Carlette has organized that, and her staff has been out to the kitchen to prepare for that as well. So our custodial staff, I got to see Manny walking them through. There were a lot of very big eyes, and I let those ladies know, you got this, you got this. You guys are gonna do an amazing job, but they're very proud of the space and they wanna make sure it is maintained. So, you know, all of our staff is excited to be moving in.
Any other questions for Melissa and Ryan before Paul talks to us about the bond fund analysis? Okay, thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
You're up.
For long-range planning?
No, you were listed as speaking about the bond fund analysis.
Yes, if you'll talk about the two spreadsheets
spreadsheets.
and help with any questions that they may have.
I'm sorry. I totally forgot. It's been a long.
I did not mean to throw you on the spot like
No. It's been a long week, and I completely failed on what I sent out, so I apologize for that. So you did see analysis of where we stand at this point on. There's two different sheets. One that we are showing we're just looked at the budget and where we're at on those budget items, budgeted lines for 2024. The other sheet showed where we are based on, you see a partial thing of my nightmare of trying to keep track of money where it's 2021 and that was issued in 22, 24, which was a combination of 21 and 24, which has to be separate and kept separate. And then what we issued in 2024, which only relates to the 2024 issue. So as that last issue that we had to do. So we're showing that we still have funds available that we can use to continue to buy buses from that 2021 original issue or the 2022. I call it the 2022 bond issue from the 2021 election. So we can continue to purchase buses, white fleet out of that, as that was part of the what was approved in the original issue. We will also showing that we will have funds remaining from the 2021 issue that can be allocated potentially towards other projects that were approved, and that we're right now on budget for where we need to be on the 2024 issue. In fact, the only surplus, there is a surplus in there, but that surplus is totally made up of interest income at this point. Everything else is what we have budgeted and what we expect to spend. Are there any questions? I'm looking at you, Joel. No.
You know I've already asked mine.
Yes, you have.
Okay.
And I hope I've answered them.
You did great.
Was there anything from that conversation that we needed to share here?
No. I mean, all I was looking for was the second spreadsheet he sent, which was, we always get in our wording in our board packet. It says we're under budget, or but there never was. How do we know what the budget was?
Okay.
And so we worked through that, and that's where the second spreadsheet came from.
But I will say his first question really was a good. I've been saying I needed to do that to myself, that I needed to go through that process and really look at it in detail. So that was a good exercise for me, just as well to give you. Yeah, it is. It's a good exercise for me. It made me sit down and really, because I knew we had funds available, but I hadn't really gotten down to see exactly how much. So this was a very good process for me to go through, especially, again, all this money is separated, and it's all separated over different issues and different locations, and trying to track that is at times difficult, and this made me really sit down and go through it in detail. I've got it in the budget and in our systems. I have it budgeted, but it was a good exercise for me to make sure that I have it right.
I appreciate the visual.
Basically, all it was a discussion that started out with taking what we said we were going to vote on Prop A and what's the current breakout. Because we're getting ready to vote on something else, I just was like, I didn't need the great details. I was just looking for I completed budget, completed those things that he put on there.
Yes.
It's fantastic.
And I think it was helpful as we talked it through, for you to kind of wrap your head around those other costs that sometimes we forget about, right? Like that when you're talking about a chiller, it's not just the chiller, it's that we had to have an engineer and an architect to design how that would go in. And so they don't do that for free.
And it's
Wouldn't that be nice?
materials testing.
Yes, but those pieces, so I think it was good to walk through that, so thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for Paul? Okay, thank you very much. I think you're going to be back up here in just a second anyhow. We're going to move into item 7, discussion and information on the Facilities Master Planning Committee and their recommendations.
So board members, thank you so much for allowing us tonight to have these two ladies who represent our long-range master planning committee come forward. I'll let them introduce themselves. So ladies, if you want to come forward. This is an information-only item tonight. I know you're excited to talk about our long-range master plan. We will be bringing a recommendation for a bond call next month. And so they're going to talk to you about the process for us to get to this point. And what we talked through as a committee. Bonding capacity, we're happy to answer any questions, so I'll let them start and then we'll continue with any questions you may have.
Good evening, President Sartain, Dr. Epley, other members of the board. My name is Amy Strouch. I am a member of the Long Range Facilities Master Planning Committee, but also a parent of 3 existing students in the district. I have a senior, a sophomore, and an 8th grader, and 1 graduate in 2024 of the district.
Good evening. I am Kristen Green, also a member of the Long Range Facilities Master Planning Committee and a parent of 3 in the district, with all 3 of them in the junior high, intermediate, and elementary. We'll start off here. So 40 members of the 2025-2026 Long Range Facilities Master Planning Committee convened from August to November of 2025 to evaluate the district's long-term facility utilization, addressing existing conditions, educational vision, financial capacity, and significant enrollment growth. Comprised of community members, alumni parents, and staff, our committee goals were to assess and refine the comprehensive master plan with a critical focus on the junior high expansion, expected to exceed 1,400 students in the next 10 years, as noted in the November demographic report. After diligent analysis, hands-on group and individual activities, feedback opportunities, and working with district leadership, demographers, architects, and construction management firms, the committee reached a consensus on the need for future capital investments. We firmly believe facility improvements are essential to address aging buildings, ensure a safe and secure environment, and accommodate the projected student population increase over the next decade.
In our first meeting, we studied the spring demographic report. As you can see, in just 3 years of occupying the refreshed junior high campus, it is already expected to exceed 1,000 students. Then, within a 10-year period, it will exceed 1,400 students, which is why our committee gave special focus to this area of the Long Range Facilities Master Plan. In November, the district's demographer presented an updated enrollment projection with slightly accelerated numbers from our first meeting.
So the Long Range Facilities Master Plan has a breakdown of capital projects and enrollment by year for the current bond projects and potential bond elections every 2 years to accommodate our rapidly growing community. On the future district map, the community can see a visual representation of the transitions in our campuses through August of 2027. Navarro High School will open in January, and then the vacant building will undergo a rebranding and refresh to open as Navarro Junior High in August of 2026. In August of 2027, we will open our new Navarro South Elementary off Martindale Road for 2nd through 5th grade. Navarro Elementary will become Navarro Early Childhood Center for pre-K through 1st grade, and then Navarro Intermediate will become Navarro Elementary, also 2nd through 5th grade. In the north, you can also see the 30-acre land purchased near Huber and FM 758 for a future elementary school, pending a future bond election. The timeline, map, and demographic reports can all be found on the district's bond webpage.
The committee analyzed and prioritized an initial estimation of $67.5 million in capital projects. We worked diligently to develop a proposal that addresses the critical infrastructure to expand classrooms and common areas at the junior high, along with other district-wide reinvestments. This slide outlines a proposed project summary. After presentations from all stakeholders explaining the current bond threshold potential, facility needs, and demographic projections, the final meeting was spent prioritizing all items to be included and or recommended in the bond package. The full scope of consideration for all items exceeded the bond threshold, so the committee faced the difficult task of narrowing down a proposal to the most critical needs that would fit within the bond potential while meeting infrastructure needs for the projected student enrollment growth.
So this graphic depicts the survey exercise summary that we participated in. The committee began this process by engaging in a prioritization task based on the item description alone. We didn't know the cost of the associated items. This helped us achieve a pure rating based on item need and criticality. Once the initial rating was complete, all costs for each associated item were provided. Committee members gathered in 5 small groups with the goal of narrowing the prioritization of items with costs below the bond threshold capacity. Items were prioritized based on group consensus and further consideration of cost savings from removing or reducing certain components of proposed aspects of some projects.
This slide depicts our scope reduction summary. After careful consideration, the committee determined that 8 of 9 key items proposed should be included in a bond. These items include putting student learning first by reinvesting in existing facilities to maximize and expand instructional environments for students at the Early Childhood Center and junior high school. Subsequent items included the proposal focus on needed infrastructure, improvements to grounds, drainage, transportation parking, and an expanded bus fleet. Items that were unanimously determined to be eliminated from this bond proposal were the refurbishing of the existing weight room, scoreboard, and dance storage improvements to the junior high school secondary gym, and a reduction in the number of buses to be included in the fleet expansion. With these adjustments and prioritizing the items with high impact on the student learning experience, the committee was able to determine a proposal scope that now fits within the bond amount of our threshold.
So for our final recommendation with 100% consensus, the committee is pleased to deliver a clear, actionable recommendation to the Board of Trustees to strongly consider calling a May 2026 bond election that would address approximately $65 million of the identified projects across our school district.
Our committee is making this recommendation. First, we recommend the facility reinvestment for roof and HVAC at the future Navarro Early Childhood Center, estimated at a cost of $4.1 million. Next, we recommend facility reinvestment for roof and HVAC at the current annex building that will also become part of the future Navarro Early Childhood Center, estimated at a cost of $1.3 million. Next, we focused on the expansion of the junior high school at a cost of $57.5 million, which includes 2 phases of construction and a renovation process. Phase 1 of the recommendation includes new construction of an academic wing for 16 additional classrooms to accommodate growth. By adding this wing, it will allow the consolidation of more junior high classrooms into one secure space, and then offer a dedicated and recently refreshed environment to the DAEP program in the 400 wing of the current and existing junior high school. New construction of a cafeteria and auditorium will allow for all lunch periods to be in one space to accommodate our growth. Until completion, we will still have to use the 2 current cafeterias to serve students. Phase 1 of this construction project is expected to be complete in the summer of 2029. Phase 2 focuses on the renovation of the current high school cafeteria stage, and kitchen area to become additional classroom spaces that will be flexible and functional for various programs. By phasing the construction of these projects, we will be able to continue utilizing and maximizing our current space to serve students and the additional growth during the construction period. Phase 2 completion is expected in the spring of 2030. Reinvestment of the junior high secondary gym, formerly known as the Event Center, is our next recommendation. With the opening of Navarro High School and athletics events shifting to this new location, the former Event Center becomes the secondary gym connected to the main building of the junior high school. As a secondary gym, we can include all proposed projects into one bond proposition. Removal of the stage for locker room expansion to accommodate program growth, and a refresh of the lobby, restrooms, finishes, AV system, and graphics are included in this recommendation. We also recommend improving drainage, fencing, and parking improvements across district areas. And the final place here identifies that we recommend district support for buses as well as a parking expansion for the transportation fleet and maintenance equipment valued at $1.9 million to accommodate up to 50 school buses. All projects that we've just outlined total an estimated $64,999,237 in a single bond proposition. This update is information only, and the district will be coming back to the board in January for final action.
So these projects are essential to preparing and maintaining district facilities to enhance high-quality learning opportunities for years to come. This proposed capital investment, carefully considered budget, scope, and schedule aligns with our goal of developing a proposal that keeps pace with and supports the current and future educational goals of the Navarro ISD community. On behalf of the committee, we express our appreciation to the NASD board for creating a transparent process that allowed for community members to have a voice in this important endeavor. Does anybody have any questions?
I think before we start questions, I just want to say thank you both for being here this evening. Thank you guys for taking the time to put this together and being very thorough with us, and to the entire committee for being dedicated to showing up and putting in the work and putting this together. I know that it's not easy. We all have lives outside of our volunteering to the district, and so we appreciate you guys for that. Thank you.
That was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. Very clear. Good job.
All right, questions? You mentioned that there were going to be 2 phases.
Yes.
What is going to be in phase 1 and what is going to be in phase 2? Because I don't know what I saw.
Okay, yeah, the meat of phase 1 and phase 2. So the meat of phase 1 really focuses on the new construction that will be added to the footprint of what's currently Navarro High School, but will be rebranded as Navarro Junior High School. So that adds 16 additional classrooms with an expansion alongside the existing, the building footprint as is, so that all of those new classrooms can be in one secure building area. Our committee really talked a long time about this, whether the 400 wing of the existing junior high practically could be used for this junior high school footprint that we are going to rebrand and refresh. And everyone felt very strongly that in order to create the most secure learning environment for all of our students, having them in one building as much as possible would be the thing that we wanted to move forward with and recommend. So that phase 1 focuses on the additional expansion of that new construction area. Phase 2 focuses on the opportunity to take the existing high school cafeteria area and those surrounding internal environments and make sure that we refresh those to create additional classroom spaces to accommodate for student growth. In phase 1, we do plan and hope to include an opportunity to build a brand new auditorium, cafetorium that serves as a cafeteria and a fine art space for students that can house all students together through several lunch periods. Because during this initial phase, students will have to eat in the existing rebranded junior high cafeteria and the old junior high cafeteria because they simply just don't all fit. So by building a new cafetorium in phase 1, that would allow all students to have a place to eat in the same area throughout the day, and then we can focus on rebranding or redoing and renovating the existing cafeteria in the high school.
And that portion would be the existing cafeteria, stage area, backstage area, and back of house of the cafeteria. So that would give us some considerable space. We did also talk about, and I love the way that you phrased it, this allows opportunities for maybe some additional CTE type programs or programming where we would have some higher ceilings to utilize and create some bigger spaces. And as you get to that point at 2030, you're really starting to look at how we're developing out our expansion program of the elective opportunities for junior high. So this was a phased approach so that we were able to continue to address growth quickly, so that there's always a space for the kids to be able to eat, be able to be in class while we're renovating another piece, not this whole section has to be shut down, we can't utilize this. And so that was the thought process between that. The other piece is that with phase 1, we connect through a lobby, that secondary gym, and the cafeteria space, so we have a much more secure area to welcome folks for events, for tournaments, for NYSO and community events, so that entrance space allows for that. To expand on that, because we've estimated that will take up about 50 parking spaces in that area. As you know, it's a junior high now, so we don't have students driving, but as we grow, we hope to see more parent engagement at events, and so we are still going to need parking. So one of the things I wanted to address in the picture is that by moving our transportation back to the area that we currently have our maintenance area, we now can connect in, and our transportation has access to restrooms at the concession stand, and we are able to move central office staff parking to where we currently have transportation parking, freeing up the whole front section of the junior high and the auxiliary buildings for event parking and transportation clearance through that area, even while we're in construction. So this is all about shifting and utilizing all areas of the site to make sure that we stay functional as we grow and as we build and renovate.
I remember that being a big topic of discussion was disruption. With construction going on, we didn't want to disrupt the students, with a major interior renovation at the same time. It's try to do the exterior so we can move the students away and then it won't disrupt. That's a big problem.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Joel and Clint, you guys were on this committee, right?
Dan as well.
And Dan, you guys have anything you want to contribute to the discussion?
They covered everything really in depth, really well. I did see, she was talking about, since we're taking up the parking, the area that's marked C3 on there. It's just kind of a general marking of the area, but they're wanting to put, or we're needing to put some type of walkway across. We're going to move a lot of those event parking over in front of the annex.
Okay.
We're going to need a way to get across that drainage area. So that's why that C3 area shows a little line there. They're going to address some type of way to get people across without having to walk through or the drainage, right?
And that does allow us to connect to the parking renovations we've already done that have opened up the other parking areas as well.
That's it. Thank you ladies very much.
Fantastic job. Thank you guys so much for your commitment.
Okay, we're going to move into item 8, reports. Any questions or discussion on enrollment or the collaborative vision
I would just highlight that for those who, I know the board receives a lot of this information in our Friday memos, so some of it may repeat, but we do this not only for the board and for our staff, but also the community. So I do want to just reiterate that this is viewable for the community under an organization of all of the goals. And so just a few of the highlights I would touch on is that we are training our staff for the look-fors in the teacher incentive allotment so that they are in the know about how do I get that credit and that incentive. We know that's extremely important as educators are looking at improving their compensation. Also, with that said, you formally approved us applying for the LASSO 4 initiatives. So those are also highlighted in there as well as many of the other activities that we are doing under that. I'm very pleased with our attendance initiatives. So I wanted to highlight that both student and employee attendance are up. And that is incredible because I promise you, I receive at least 10 emails a day from companies who are like, let us help you with your attendance. And I'm like, we got it. Because it is something that is a problem in districts across the state. And we tackled that head on with that comment that if you're out, your kids are missing out. If you're out, students, you're missing out. And really working to engage kids so they want to be here and they're asking to be here. If you're sick, we know you need to get well, but just being engaged and coming. We also are highlighting some data tracking. We will be taking our mid-year assessments when we return from the break, and so you will receive the updated information about those mid-year assessments. You can see some of the data-driven walls that are on display around the district, as well as students tracking their own data. And we will be supplementing information with you, board, about the halftime adjustments so that you get to see the academic adjustment plans that we'll have for every campus based on our data and based on our need to continue to grow all students. You're also going to see what I think is a quite visible improvement based on us bringing on a CCMR advisor, as well as the collaboration we've seen with the secondary academic dean and counseling staff. I see a much more visible move to communication with parents about planning, about options and programs of study for students. You'll see the student senior year checklist there that's very clear, as well as opportunities for each student to engage in scholarships and testing opportunities to be able to acquire not only scholarships, but admission into some of the programs they're looking for. You're also going to see some very intentional work with our English as a second language and special education supports, as well as instructional technology, specifically the need that we heard from our parents about more opportunity for our students to practice keyboarding instead of just swiping and moving items, really being able to type at a very young age so that they are successful in our online testing that's required by the state. You're also going to see under increasing program participation, our expanded opportunities. We're seeing a bigger outreach. All of the UIL coaches have linked their communication, and so we see them reaching out to kids, saying, here's when there's an opportunity for you to come join a team, to practice with us, to try out a tournament. I'm seeing a much more active engagement in recruiting students in UIL academics, as well as our growth in athletics and fine arts. And then, of course, later in the progress, you're going to see, as our goal is to be recognized, where our students are getting those achievements and are being recognized for the work that they're doing with their instructors as they grow. You're also going to, as we said in January, get to see our ag students and how they are achieving. Certainly we had a great chapter show this Saturday. And then CTE development plan. I know they came and talked to you about Made in Seguin and our Youth Career Expo. That's all in there. And as we start to talk about how do we expand our CTE programs of study, what are available to our students, and that will also bleed into long-range master planning. Because as we get to the space, when you look at your facilities growth draft timeline, you're going to see, as excited as we are about this new high school, that by 2030, we're going to need to be having a conversation about the 16-room classroom addition. You also have still in the Bartoskowitz land donation space for potential additional CTE programming. And so as we move through that, we look at what our bonding capacity is. Do we have more industry that's moved into the area? Those will be discussions we'll need to have as far as that alignment with our plan to expand programs. You're also going to see recognitions for academics, athletics, band, cheer, ag, our new CTSOs, of course our thespians that were with us tonight. Our students are amazing student performers, student athletes, student ag enthusiasts. You know, the students are first. They are really working hard to achieve and thrive in not only their programming, but what they're doing academically. And we want to see that success across the board for everybody. So that is all what we're discussing when we meet with academics and our programs. So you'll see those pieces in there, as well as our community partnerships. We are seeing those partnerships grow. That's why I encourage, if someone says, hey, I don't know how we fit in, I don't know how we fit in anymore as we're growing, I'm a little concerned about how we fit in, please encourage them to come talk to us. That is part of our mission, is partnering with our parents, partnering with our community. And that will be the way we continue to thrive, is building those partnerships. So please encourage that, and we are celebrating those, you'll see in the progress. And I'm hopeful as people take the time to look at the progress, they're excited to see themselves. They get inspired by the progress and say, how could I be featured? How could my group be featured? How could we be helping students? And call us. Chelsea is an amazing connector for our people in our community, so I'd like to see that happen. You're also going to see, and I do encourage you to click on our goals and our plans. So the board made the board and superintendent goals, and we created plans within those goals. Those are consistently being updated. So where you read it the first time and you may have seen, we will have some baseline data in April. Well, April has come and gone, and so that program is now updated, and we'll see the notes that were like, who will be responsible for this, will start to clean up, and you will start to see things be identified. And so we're being very transparent with those plans, not only for human capital and all the people that make this district great and recruiting great people, but also, you know, I had talked with Clint, and I know he's brought it up before, and I know, Joel, you've also talked about it, I know the board has spoken about it. Those items, the things, right? The white fleet of maintenance vehicles, as we have to travel now, not just in a golf cart, but across town. Do we have not only the fleet to do that, the people who have expertise in that? Are we stocking the proper parts? And most importantly, what we're developing at this point is a standard, right? So that we stay with the same parts in as many buildings as we can, so that we're not having a specialty part over here and a specialty part over here, but we're ready if a part breaks, because this is the part that's in each of the buildings. And so we're building that as well. We covered with you our district vulnerability audit and the safety piece. We did that with the safety committee this past week, and so that is mentioned in there as well as the long-range master planning and all the great work happening with the bond and all of the bond work that we're doing. So I do encourage everyone to look at it. It is evidence of the amazing work that our people do, of the planning that started with the collaborative vision, not only of our community, but the board, and that we are moving forward in our goals, and that we are discussing in a very real way, when we are not making progress in a goal, what must change. And so I do want to make sure everyone is clear that this is not just a glossy version of everything that's going on. We are very transparent here, and you will see that in how we have given the plans, and that we are continuing to work on those things we know need continued improvement. So please encourage anyone that has questions about the report or any of our goals to give us a call.
We are going to move on. 8B is the district financial reports. Any questions or anything that we need Paul to address this evening? Anything you specifically would like to share with us?
The only thing is, again, I'll keep emphasizing it, we are having, since I've been here, this is the only time I've seen positive cash flow by this time this year. As you saw at the end of August, when you'll look at the quarterly investment report, it's not part of the regular reports, but the quarterly investment report at the end of August, we were sitting at, I think it was 9.3 million. Right now we're sitting at 19.4 million. So, and that's mainly because we've gotten that money from the state that they owed us from last year, which was almost $5 million that came in. But they're also paying us right now at a higher rate than I think that we should be, but that's because I still don't understand how they're doing their calculations, but they're doing it. But so I'll be happy to take the money early and adjust it later, and they'll reduce us later. So I'm happy to make money, earn interest on their money. So any questions? Okay.
Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to 8C then, the school first.
That would be you again.
Yes.
Before you sit down.
Before I wasn't even thinking that I was next. Okay. This is a required public hearing for the school first, so I'll go over a few things and then we will ask for any comments. The school first rating was implemented a little over 10 years ago. They started doing the number rating and the A, B, C, D, F in about 10 years ago. We have gotten an A rating every year except for one, which there's a couple of those items that are beyond our control. It's based on what we're having to do with bonds and with where our cash is and where our property values are. So those items, there's one that they give us an exception for because we're a fast growth. I do not understand why they don't give us an exception on the other one because we are fast growth. That would seem to be a pairing that would be necessary. But if you look at the school first rating that we have a 94 this year. We lost 6 points due to the ratio of our debt compared to our property values. Again, not much I can do with that, and I think when you see our auditor, who will present a little later, she's projecting we will lose 8 points next year. So it's just the nature of that one item. So we will continue to get an A, I think. When you look at the numbers, the scoring system, if you look at the ones that are scored, those do add up to 100, the ones that are scored. The first 4 questions, if we fail one of those, we get an automatic F. There's other questions on there where if we fail to meet the certain standard that they have in there, then they will give us a maximum score. If you fail one particular one, you can't go over 89, so you can't get more than a B. If you fail this other one, you can't get more than a 79, so you get an automatic C. But at this point, we're not anticipating any problems with any of those issues. So we will continue, I hope, to get an A as we move forward. And the other page is just a summary of expenditures for both the superintendent and the board that has to be published for those items related to y'all's training and travel. And now we can open it up.
So officially, we are now in the public hearing for the first reading. If anyone would like to make public comment, please come to the podium. Not seeing anyone come to the podium, I will officially close that if that is in your wish, Madam President. And I would like to just say thank you to Paul and his team. We have an exceptional business department that has stayed small and continued to provide excellent service as we have grown the needs of that department. And I never doubt, I question and we have conversation, but I never doubt that they are all making sure that we stay transparent and that we are truly utilizing the funds of our taxpayers in a productive way for our students. So thank you, Paul, and thank you to the business office team.
I just want to read into the record that at 7:04 we opened public comment for the hearing and we also closed public comment because there was no participation at 7. Okay, moving on from there, our loan discussion item is board communication, operating procedures, and the RAC calendar timelines. This is a carryover from the last meeting because we were discussing some of the things that had to change because of the new legislation regarding posting our meetings. And I believe everything on the timeline has been updated, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any further discussion about, we were talking about our communications and our responses and things like that. I think some of that is addressed in what we're going to look at later, but if there's anything we want to discuss about that. Did anybody have any questions about the updated RAC timeline?
What specifically were the changes to the RAC timeline?
So you'll see in the public posting, we now do not follow the 72-hour deadline. We now have the 3-day deadline. So everything in the RAC timeline was shifted to reflect that. When you talk about redoing your board operating procedures, that will be one item that is glaring because it still has the old law of 72 hours. So it talks about anyone would have to give their agenda item within 72 hours of the meeting, which of course would be too late now. So if there's any question about that new timeline, it is for this meeting, it's the Tuesday prior to the Monday meeting is when we must post to make sure that we are fully within the 3 days, and it's 3 business days. So we don't get that weekend that you had with the 72 hours.
I think too, one of the discussions Dr. Eppley and I had was just making sure in the RAC timeline that we all have adequate time, including weekend time, to be able to review the agenda and to be able to ask her questions that are going to need substantiating evidence so that we're not running up against meeting day and that kind of stuff. You know, we all serve other lives outside of our obligation to being prepared for our board meetings, so we wanted to make sure that we had enough time and we had those weekends available to us to do our reviews of the agendas and agenda attachments. Any other conversation on that? Any other discussion? Okay, we are going to go ahead and move into item 10. Does anyone need to take a break before we start doing action items? Okay. Let's move into 10A, consideration and possible approval of the audited financial statements for the year ended August 31st, 2025.
Good evening, Board. I'm actually very happy to go at this point in the meeting because I feel like everybody else has already kind of covered all my report items. So I'm just going to walk on out and keep you all brief. But no, I'm happy to go over any questions that you may have in your detailed reports, but just for the sake of trying to avoid you having to flip through a bunch of pages, I've tried to provide the single page of just audit highlights for you. So that's what I'll be kind of focused going over this evening, but feel free to let me know if there's further questions that you have. The audit highlights should have also been in your board packets and everything as far as an electronic version, but I do have some additional hard copies if anyone needs a hard copy. I don't believe they were inside your books. Oh, okay, they were attached. Okay. All right. Well, so just to go over our overview items, we did issue an unmodified opinion for your audit for the year ended August 31st, 2025. It's commonly referred to as a clean opinion, which just means that the financial statements are materially correct. We had no material or significant findings, as well as no other written findings or recommendations at this time. Again, just to repeat what you've already heard this evening, your business office is superb and wonderful to work with. Mr. Newhoff obviously has a wealth of information and knowledge and experience, and makes our lives as auditors quite as easy as possible. So we're very, very honored to get to work with the district. And then the last item there under your overview, you can see, of course, as we'll go over a little bit further detail below, your general fund was definitely operating within budget. The federal programs that we tested this year for compliance was the special education cluster, and that includes, of course, the regular IDIB formula, as well as preschool, and any high-cost funds that the district may ever include would be included in that cluster. And part of the reason why we select the federal programs that we do is essentially a mathematical formula of the largest programs that you have to be on basically a rotating basis, and so this year was special education. Going under just the general fund then, you can kind of see a historical trend from 2023, 24, 25, as well as your final approved budget for 25 out there in the far right-hand column. You can see for the fiscal year 25, your total revenues were just shy of $31 million, which was quite an increase from the prior year, but you can see aligned almost perfectly with your final estimated budget. The main reasons for your increases actually were within your ad valorem, and you may recall that even though your ad valorem rate did go up from the prior year, it actually went down for the maintenance and operation piece. So the main reason for your ad valorem increase was really related to those assessed values and not so much of the actual tax rate within the general fund. The other main place for your increase in revenue from the 2024 year was related to your state funding. And so, of course, all of that is based on very detailed calculations and trying to determine some of those allotments and based on your enrollment as well as your tax collections. Your total expenditures also increased from the 2024 year. The primary functions and where that increase was actually in your function 11, which of course is related to instruction. Not surprising that would be where we saw a large increase. That was about $2.1 million of the increase from 2024. Obviously all still within budget, but primarily that was about $1.8 million related to payroll. And that came from, of course, increased number of staff as well as increase in wages across the board for teachers and staff. Another area where you saw an increase from the 2024 year was in your function 51, which is basically your maintenance function. And a lot of that's because the district was able to take advantage of the final cost of the ESSER money to cover a lot of the district's electricity. So that had not been previously been reported in the general fund, that had been using those federal funds to help pay for those costs to the extent possible. And of course, here in 2025, those funds were utilized, and so therefore they had to come back into the general fund, causing that increase. Obviously, it was intended or was already anticipated, so that was built into the budget for 25. Again, why no overage there. Those two items were also offset, though, however, by the decrease that you had in your capital outlay for the fiscal year 25. You actually had quite a bit of capital outlay outside of your bond projects within your general fund in 2024. That was related to the field turf for the football field, as well as for some of the softball renovations. It also covered some of the portable buildings for the elementary. All of that was in 2024 that did not necessarily repeat in 25. So it helped cover some of those increases from other areas with that decline. You can also see in 2024 you had a large other sources, and that was related to those tax notes, which was helping to fund for those capital outlay items. That did not repeat in 2025 as well. But overall, for the 2025 year, you can see you had a positive change in your fund balance, just shy of about $2 million. Down there in the green, you can see that really left your ending general fund with still at 6.8 months of average operating expenditures, very comparable to the prior couple of years. So very steady, very well in line. Any questions there on the general fund? Okay. Well, then some of your other larger funds we've also got disclosed down there. However, this is just very big picture view of those funds. You'll see that just represents your ending fund balance. So first for your capital projects fund, and for our purposes, we wrap up all of your bond issuances into one capital projects fund, so this doesn't split out the different issuances. So you can see there the change, and of course that's certainly with new issuance being money coming in, but obviously as you're spending those funds, money going out. So even though obviously the district is working through those projects and spending those funds, overall it looks like there's a continual increase simply because of the additional issuances that are also taking place. It's also related to, of course, the interest earnings that you are bringing in, which is definitely helping with that as well. Your debt service fund continues to grow, and again, some of that came from the shifting and the change in your tax rate to help cover those debt service for the additional bond issuances. So pretty in line there with what our expectations would be as auditors, that you would continue to build up that fund balance for your debt service. Your campus activities and your child nutrition also staying very, very steady. Those campus activities, of course, those represent the student functions and everything at the campus level that the district can choose the spending, not necessarily what the students choose how to spend. So that's the district level of spending. And then, of course, the child nutrition also went up, but still well within the required spending requirements for TDA, the Texas Department of Agriculture, not exceeding that excessive fund balance for this year. So any questions on those other funds? All right, well then, as Mr. Newhoff referred to before, I always like to try to give you a projection. So based on this audit, which obviously has not gone to TEA yet, we anticipate about this time next year, you'll be getting a public hearing for the first reading. And we do anticipate that it'll be a small drop, but exactly for what he had just said. You can also see kind of your historical trend there. Again, as the district has issued those bonds, and it's just a mathematical calculation, that's what's causing that drop. But again, the maximum points you would lose for that particular indicator would be 10. So unfortunately, you're already almost at that maximum point lost. But that means that you would never fall below that 90 with all other indicators continuing to receive the highest points available. So with that, any questions?
Anyone have any discussion?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so if there is not any discussion on that, then I will ask for a motion.
I move to approve the audited financial statements for the year ended August 31st, 2025.
Second.
Motion to approve was made by Clint, second by Dan. All those in favor? Voting in favor is Becky Stevenson, Clint Scheid, Melissa Sartain, Lacey Gosh, Dan Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick. The motion is going to carry 6-0. All right, moving on to 10B, consider and take possible action to approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the Navarro South Elementary School project, including possible delegation of authority to the superintendent.
Good evening. Before you, once again, the moment we've all been waiting for. Very excited to present the GMP for Navarro South. It's been a long time coming, and here with us tonight is members from Bartlett Cox General Contractors. Russell Asher, he's been heading up the pre-construction end and getting all the proposals and leading their charge on that side. And he's going to turn it over to Craig Gendrish here, who will be leading their charge on the operations side. So without further ado, I will turn it over to these guys, and they will go over the numbers with you.
Thank you.
So with our slides.
There are slides. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the slides presented prepared by LPA Architects. New elementary school, obviously on Martindale Road, 88,500 square feet.
Sorry, we're scrambling a little bit. We thought LPA was going to be here tonight, but essentially, this is a presentation you saw in the last board meeting that came before you, September board meeting. But Bartlett Cock is here to speak to, you should have the attachments, I believe, of their executive summary of the scope. But as we flip through plans, essentially nothing changed from what y'all saw before. We just wanted to put together a general presentation as a reminder to kind of recap of what the elementary is going to look like. Not to take away these guys' thunder, but last week we met with the city of Seguin and have a game plan of getting through permit stage. So Ryan will update you on the actual status of construction. But again, we weren't familiar with all the slides, but we just kind of flipped through. Essentially nothing changed. There's betterments that we were able to fit in the budget. And we'll just kind of go, just as a reminder, through all the slides that we have. Graphics that we're looking at to put throughout campus, I think mainly in the library and other high walls. Cafeteria and stage area, gym, and then the layout of both floors. I don't think there's not a slide of your executive presentation.
But they do have it in their packet,
They have
so
it in
they
their
can
packet,
see
yeah.
it.
Okay.
So you can just go down.
I don't know exactly what you want to discuss, or if you have any questions about the RGMP proposal. Lots of numbers in here, obviously. The total is $42,990,000. That's slightly under the construction budget, as we know, of about $210,000. We received a very good amount of sub-proposals to prepare this GMP. Added them up while we were waiting. Over 280 proposals received by all trades. Very good sub-participation. A lot of interest in your project. In the packet, there's a variety of documents in here, the executive summary, the whole estimate summary itself by division values, some estimate clarifications, qualifications. So probably won't read every one of those clarifications, right? But if you have, I'm be willing to answer any questions you might have.
Can you open the floor for discussion? If anybody has any comments or questions? Thank you.
You need a motion?
I will. I'm scanning through this to make sure that.
Okay.
Okay, and in the terms of the recommendation, and this has always been this way, but just to read it into the record, if we move to approve this, we're also going to be authorizing the superintendent to negotiate and finalize the terms that are in the required amendment form. So I want to make sure that's put in the record too. Okay, if there's no further discussion, then I'll call for a motion.
I move the board approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the Navarro South Elementary School project as presented by administration, and further authorize the superintendent to negotiate and finalize the terms of the required GMP amendment in a form approved by legal counsel, and to also execute the same.
I'll second it.
The motion to approve was made by Joel and seconded by Clint. All those in favor? The motion is going to carry 6-0 by Becky Stevenson, Clint Scheid, Melissa Sartain, Lacey Gosh, Dan Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to 10C, consider and possible approval of the academic calendar for the 26-27 school year. I know there's a lot of community anticipation about this vote. So.
Yes. So good evening, President Sartain, Dr. Epley, and members of the board. I've been asked to provide a synopsis of the calendar creation for the 2026-2027 school year. So this slide just briefly highlights the development system. So it was a collaborative two-stage process that began with our District Educational Improvement Committee and then was elevated to our District Instructional Leadership Team. And with feedback from those stakeholders, we then created 2 final versions, which we released to our community. These are the options that we released to our community for voting. And this slide then outlines the comparisons of those 2 calendars. Given the way that the holidays fell in the 26-27 school year, there were not many differences. On the left-hand side, you can see that there were some key differences, mainly the beginning and the end dates for our school year. Of course, that September staff work development day, the February bad weather day, but the key similarities, the spring break date is the same on both calendars because of the way Easter fell in the 27s, in April of 27. 9-week grading periods are the same, and then the calendar minutes are the same on both calendars. And then these are our community survey results, which you can see that option A did carry with 52.4% with the majority. And that was it. Any questions? Short, sweet.
I do want to honor some concerns I did hear from parents regarding the spring break choice and how that affects students who are in dual credit or on-ramps, UT on-ramps. We did speak with the universities. They're well aware that they are not necessarily going to be in alignment with the high schools based on some of the concerns. And when we looked at that spring break, the issue is where the Good Friday holiday falls. So if we moved the spring break closer, students would only be coming back for 4 days before they would go out for the Easter break. And the concern was that families would just not come back. If you're going to get 4 extra days, it's 4 days, let's take it 2. And that is what I am seeing across the board in some of the districts in the area that have already selected their calendar as well, that they're choosing the same one we are. That is not consistent, however, with some of the universities. So I did have Natasha reach out, and I spoke as well to those programs about our students still need support. It is not okay to abandon them to, there's going to be all of this thing that you need to do while you're not at school. And so they have assured me that they will speak with their professors about, please be mindful that these students are not in school at this time and work with them on the project. Having just completed the highest level of higher ed, I'm going to tell you that I don't necessarily believe that all of those professors will follow that. But we will advocate for our students that they do need the makeup time to be able to work with a professor, ask questions of their professor, considering that assignments may be due during that same period that they're on.
Any additional questions?
I have a question that's going to get asked the minute this is adjourned. Does it align with Seguin?
So
Okay.
Seguin has not published their calendars yet. They have not even put anything out for comment from the community yet.
And so I would tell you, board, that it is entirely up to you whether you want to postpone this decision and wait until Seguin puts their calendar out, and then we can discuss it further and make adjustments if it is the will of the board to align with Seguin. We are happy to make any adjustment to the calendar. This is typically the time that we make these decisions, so parents have a good understanding, but we also know that many of our community members align with Seguin organizations that align their calendar with the Seguin ISD calendar. So we are happy to wait, and I can speak with the superintendent about what they think their timeline might be.
Do we know what districts in the area we do align with, or, because I know many have not adopted calendars this early, it's usually January before they do. And
right.
It's just being what baffles
Sure.
me is that this is an academic calendar, but we actually design it based on when we're off, which is kind of contrary to what we really need to be focusing on. But at the same time, we do have considerable number of people that teach and work in the 2 different areas, aside from just kid activities and things that happen.
And
it gets to be a big deal.
It is.
And this year, we're not aligned with necessarily, I think we're only aligned with 1 or 2, and everybody else is on a different week. And so it does create a different problem.
And it is a problem not only with Seguin ISD, but we have several employees now that are coming, their children are attending other school districts in the area, whether that be Marion, Comal, even Bernie. We are, the two that I know that I have seen approved that we are aligned with are further out from us. They are Bernie and Northside, who have made their calendar decisions already. But as I said, I'm happy for us to wait if we feel that that's advantageous.
In the past, haven't we approved it more in the February-March timeframe?
So last year, we didn't approve a calendar. We approved a 2-year calendar in the 23-24 school year. So, and then we approved that one, I believe, in January, if I can remember correctly.
So if you'd like to take this as an informational piece, and then we can bring it back to you in January with a report on what other districts have made a decision. We do have a late board meeting in January this year, so we can see if they've made their voting or push it to February and see if they've made their decisions.
I'm just going to say, since I have no kids in the district, and I read the Friday memo today that you sent today.
Yes, sir.
We have as many houses as Seguin does, so as far as I'm concerned, we might as well just be our own people.
And that was the sentiment of some of the people on the committee is it's time for us to set our calendar, and if people want to be aligned with us, that's the way that they can do it. But I also know that
I know, I'm just not that guy.
but I agree with you. There's that balance, right? Do we set the tone and say, do you want to align with us, or knowing full well that they may not?
Well, and I think the reasons for where we've placed that spring break are completely valid, because sooner really isn't going to do our students any good as far as testing prep and the run into that. And then you're right, because if I were a parent, I probably would also be like, oh, it's only 4 days. So I'm not. I mean, I'm a
I worry
parent, my
about
kids are
teachers
just not
as
in
well.
school anymore.
If it's only 4 days, I might, and my kids are out too.
Yeah.
And that is the tough balance because, this year we were not in alignment with Comal. We had staff members whose students were out that week, but they were expected to be at work that week, and it's very difficult. St. Marcus will have to make their decision as well. We have families that are there as well. So it is a difficult area for us to kind of predict. But I am happy
What's
to
our
wait.
approximate population of teachers that have students in another district?
I'd have to pull that data for you and then give it to you. I don't have the exact numbers.
I mean, you could make the 4-day argument that people are going to take longer breaks because you have, a 3-day week in February,
Of course.
4-day week the week before, and you can do the same thing in October.
Yeah.
So if people want to take 2 weeks off, they're going to take 2 weeks off. If I have a different grade than my children, I can take 2 weeks off so the argument can be made there. So
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
think a lot of times the idea is whether or not we can align with the colleges more so than necessarily everybody else around. I agree with the methodology behind the Easter break and some of that, but people are going to take off what they're going to take off. And that's going to kind of be, because we have a lot of breaks in there, especially after January, in terms of we only go to school about 2 weeks before we're off for 4 or 5 days.
Lacey, what did you say about aligning with what? I couldn't hear you. You said something about aligning with something.
College.
The college.
Colleges.
I do have a question about that. So when our students are enrolling in those dual enrollment classes and on-ramps and those things like that, those are online?
Yes.
Okay, so that, I assumed, because I had a kid that was in one of those. But do they not tell them up front that even when they're online, they're still expected to participate even on holidays? Like, they don't get holidays
Right.
off.
Right.
I know I'm
They
in
do give
online
them
courses
this
right now, and
Yeah.
our syllabus tells us because you're online, you're not going to get a break for Easter, you're not going to get a break for, the only thing we get a break for is at the end of the term, the beginning of the term.
Right.
So is that something that our students and parents know going into that,
It-
that there's the possibility?
It is communicated what the schedule is. I think my concern and what I communicated to the university is I just want to know that the support is available for them if needed. So I understand that's asking a lot. but they are still high school students taking those courses. I know they've made the decision to take those courses, but I will always advocate for our students to have the support they need to be successful in those courses. And I don't want our calendar to be a detriment to that. And they were very cooperative with us. They also said they would do a better job going forward in communicating what they anticipated their schedule being, so that we would know ahead of time, to be able to plan. But it's a lot of moving parts, and it's very difficult to make sure we can predict. I do think the majority of school districts will pick that week for spring break, for the reason we talked about.
I do have a question on here. We have the 10 designated non-business days. Is that to get around?
That's a law requirement.
Agreed. Well, for
That was in the, not this last session, but the session previous. You must determine 10 business days so that if there is
that's for the
agreements
grievances
called,
and
yes.
for PIA requests and things like that.
Correct. That you can't say we're on vacation, so it doesn't count.
Right. I just noticed ours this year seems to be in different blocks, so we're not designating, say, Christmas break as that. So we're doing part of it on the end of each side.
Correct.
So we may still have to respond to some of those things. Okay.
Over the break, yes.
And I appreciate you advocating for the students in that. I just wanted to make sure that it was communicated at the onset that there is a possibility that you're going to be held to the standard of being enrolled in college in an online course, regardless of what your high school is doing.
Right. I think it's not something that necessarily you pay attention to. And that was what I was hearing from students was, well, I wish I would have known, and then I would have maybe not taken that course. And I don't want that to be the deterrent to not taking the course, because it's really a very small part of the course. And it is part of truly managing your time as you move into higher ed, because there will be breaks. There will be times where the professor says, I'm canceling class, but your paper's still due at the end of the week, right? So it is building that stamina and understanding. But we want to support them as they're transitioning to that. So.
And I do agree to Joel's point that we're large enough that I don't think that we need to be relying on other calendars. I just know that our community is intertwined the way that it is, and that's always a consideration that parents
Absolutely.
ask me questions on.
Yes, and I know that comes from Little League. I know all of the organizations that align their practices to the Seguin ISD calendar. So we are very mindful of that, but they have not made a decision yet. So that's why I say, if you would like to delay, I am happy to make that.
But option A and option B both have the same spring break.
Yes, they do.
And we've already sent that out to the community, and they've, so.
But you have not approved a calendar. So if you come back and say, our recommendation is that you match Seguin's, or you match Comel's, or you match Marion's, you can say, which is in alignment with our community, or not. Or we can go back out for another vote.
I think to your point, though, the parents have already contributed.
Correct. And it wasn't a landslide by any means, so I do think that's important to note as well.
Did it say on there how many parents actually voted?
Yeah.
So 189 parents out of how many students do we have?
3,000.
3,000. So 189 families decided for the 3,000.
It's usually almost how all of our surveys go. That number's pretty consistent. It's always between 160.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Saying that out loud.
And
saying it out, yeah, it's mainly saying it out loud and recognizing that, yes, the community has voted, but if you really want to break it down in numbers.
And they weren't choosing between different spring
Not
breaks,
that
there was
many.
only one, so it's like a.
Yeah, it's more about the our attempts to create more of a 4-day week scenario and where those holidays are, those kinds of things.
How about the staff? The staff vote separately from the community, and
The staff was allowed to vote within this, correct?
so within the 189 includes staff also? So 189 total votes that were staff and community. So it's not really just community voting, it's.
We've got almost 300 staff.
That's correct. That included staff. We did not do separate this year.
3,000 families and
300.
staff now.
400.
300.
400. So not a huge
huge, it's not a large sampling, but it's pretty consistent with how many participate when we do put these things out to the public.
And again, if we want to send it back out again, once you see another person's schedule. But I think we have to have some direction on what is it? Are we waiting for Seguin only? Are we waiting for Seguin, Comel? Are we waiting for Seguin, Comel, Judson, Northside, Northeast? Because we do have families coming from those areas as well. Marion, and then do we put it back out for a vote? And did it change from the two that we gave? So I just need some direction, and we're happy to do that.
I'm just gonna put this out there because, I mean, obviously, everybody did a lot of work to put this on. It's my understanding that if this should get to be a huge deal, and all of a sudden we discover that, hey, Navarro ISD has a spring break that no one else in the entire area, not Comau, not the Crawfords, not Seguin, not anybody has. We have the ability, the district has the ability to make the recommendation to bring it back to us later to say, hey, we want to move the spring break date. It's not like we have to vote on this tonight, and whatever we vote tonight, it can't change based on the circumstances.
That is correct, but I will say, as soon as it is announced, parents will be booking their cruises.
We did have one year where we were the odd people out. I think my middle one was in June.
I'm okay with moving forward the way it is. That's my personal opinion. I think we're large enough now to row our own boat.
Do we have any further discussion on it, or do we want to move forward with a motion or a recommendation?
I think making a decision based, knowledge is power. Waiting to find out what some of the other districts are doing wouldn't hurt. Doesn't mean we would make the decision based on that, but I think to Lacey's point, if Comel, Seguin, San Marcos all choose a certain one, I think it would be a disservice to our community to have a different one.
And if they all choose different ones or different holidays.
There's only so many different ones.
But the Fridays off or the Mondays off or those attempts of us to create more of a 4-day work week throughout, those are personalized. Our start date is very personalized. So I do think that that's something to consider.
In the DEIC meetings that I attended, that the calendar was discussed, we had, it's all staff. Those are essentially all staff that are also parents.
Mm-hmm. There are some parents, but yes, it's majority of staff.
The alignment of the spring break with other districts was a topic of conversation.
Correct.
And I think we need to listen to that.
All in all, I'm fine if we decide to move forward or wait or whatever. It really doesn't make any difference. I just want to clarify, in terms of bringing up the number of people that voted, and whether it was staff or whether it was community, it isn't to be critical of the district or what you're trying to do. But oftentimes I think people want to complain about what it is that we approve and what the calendars look like and whether it aligns with this or that. And we provide the opportunity, and it would just be nice sometimes if people would actually take part in some of those on a more regular basis. So I'll just say that kind of on the record that if you're not going to vote for it, then don't complain about the outcome. Because we are going to listen to what that input is. And it was very close. Based on the ones that did vote, you're almost a 50-50 split. So I think you could choose either calendar and nobody's going to care. There's always going to be someone that's going to be unhappy. So.
I think what I'm going to do is we're going to call for a motion on it and then go from there.
My one comment will be, and this is just coming from the realm of life I live in, why was there a concerted effort? There's not very many, there's lots of non-5-day work weeks in there. You know what I mean? Excuse me, I'm sorry. There's a lot of non-full weeks.
That was a request of staff. There is a strong suggestion to move to 4-day week. As I provided to the board, I also provided to the DEIC the research that shows that that is not productive for students. And so
Our hope was to create a positive work environment where there were opportunities for breaks, but it was not a consistent 4-day work week. A lot of times people also forget that in the 4-day week, you still have to come up with the amount of instructional minutes. So that means the instructional day is either longer or you go longer in a year. For example, Lavernia had to go a whole extra week last year to make up the minutes because of a 4-day work week. So in discussing with our community, that has been a concern of how long the day has been. So we also were saying, if we're going to end before the end of or the start of June, we really have to address getting it in those minutes, but also making sure that we have a good balance so that when people have the argument that I could go work at a 4-day week and I want to work at a place that has that as a perk, we are still allowing some opportunity for those breaks for staff.
Okay.
And you need, I need them. Like, as a teacher, they're great when they pop up.
Yeah, I get that. But they're in this one. Well, we'll talk about it. No, it's not a Navarro thing. This is a institutional-wide problem.
I agree with you.
Yeah, it's not a Navarro thing, not at all.
And I think ultimately that will be the struggle and the development of what education looks like going forward.
Correct.
Is when all the data says that's not what's best for kids, but instructors and the workers in the field are demanding that. How do we make a balance? The business is for the growth of our students, and so
I'm just going to say, because I see it in the youngsters coming to work for me,
right.
that take off a lot.
Right.
Because, anyway, that's an
It's
institutional thing.
it's
It's an institutional thing, not a Navarro
That
thing.
reaches
So.
beyond
Yes.
education. To your point about the 4-day work week, I know that there's discussion in the education committee and in legislation that they're going to try to nip that in the bud, for lack of a better term, because they're talking about tying funding.
Correct.
I do have one question. Is there a difference between option A and option B on the number of staff work days? The quantity, that was also something that the staff was requesting.
So at DEIC, they had requested additional work days before the beginning of the school year, so we replaced one of the work day, we replaced one of the in-service days with a work day so that they had an additional work day at the beginning of the year.
On both calendars?
On both of them,
Okay.
yes ma'am.
And that really was about the timing of, and when I get back, I want my time in my room to set up and get ready and prepare and look at my rosters and know I'm going to set things up.
Right.
Not, I want to be immediately thrust into 8 hours of training.
Yes.
And so we wanted to respect that. It still will require us to file a waiver on our PD days, and that will have to come back to you after you approve a calendar.
Okay, if that's all the discussion that we have on this, I'm going to call for a motion.
I move to approve option A as the district recommended calendar for the 2026-2027 school year.
Second.
Is that you, Joel?
Yep.
We have a motion to approve by Clint and a second by Joel. All those in favor? That motion is going to carry 6-0 by Becky Stevenson, Clint Scheid, Melissa Sartain, Lacey Gosch, Dan Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick. All right, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Williams, for your presentation and answering all of our questions. We appreciate it. Okay, we are at our last discussion item, our last action item, D10, discussion of the duties of the Board of Trustees in relation to the discussion and possible approval of board goals and our self-evaluation instrument. So, we had a committee that put together our board self-evaluation instrument and our goals and performance. So if you guys want to enlighten the rest of us on how we're going to operate that. Who was on that committee?
It was Becky, Clint, and myself.
Thank you guys for doing that.
So we looked at performance documents and tools from various districts. And I will say that in my new board member training, it's very consistent. A part of the training that seems to be very consistent, obviously, is the instrument for the superintendent, but also the instrument for the board. So I've definitely heard a lot about that over the last year. Several of the performance tools we looked at had great components. I don't think there was one single one that we're like, yes, we will copy that. So we picked some various aspects of different ones. The timeline that's defined on this final draft, we really liked because it gave us not just guidance of what needed to happen over the course of the year, but what do you do in the fall and in the spring. And so that's really, I think provides a good roadmap of how to handle it schedule-wise. And then we broke up, of course, into the different sections: governance and leadership, community engagement and trust building, and then the master planning and strategy, so that the financial piece. I will say personally that, and this is also in the training, governance, not operations, and there's just that little fine line. So the tool itself, although it matches the superintendent's performance in overarching, we tried to distinguish, of course, between the governance and the operation aspect of the same goals. So if y'all had a chance to look at it, does anyone have any questions on I'm sorry, Lacey and Clint?
I think the one thing I would add to that is when you look at the evaluation instrument and you look at how we divided up those, I guess, the sections between what is governance and ethics, and you look at some of that, it's going to have to tie back to those board operating procedures, which we know were written, we don't know when. And so in developing this, we tried to adapt it to what we knew based on our board training to create an instrument that would not only align, like she said, with the superintendent, but that would also align with new terminology. The problem is it does not currently align with our board operating procedures because there's a lot of stuff in that document that is either antiquated or just doesn't apply to anything that we're doing, or it doesn't outline, how we should be functioning. So, in terms of the instrument, I'm proud of what we put together and presented, but I think trying to implement it immediately without having the completed board operating procedures, I think we would really struggle in terms of doing that aspect of it, because there's a lot wanting in how we should function as a board. I think there's a lot of confusion about how we should function as a board and how we should communicate in that, and in what settings and how we go about that process.
And when we do our training in January, we should end up with an updated and compliant board operating procedure. So are you suggesting that we wait to vote on accepting it, or is your just conversation about waiting to implement it?
Yeah, I don't think we necessarily have any reason that we should delay in adopting it. But what I wouldn't want us to do is to, if you look at the,
January,
at the original January timeline here and be like, okay, when we meet in January, the first thing that we need to do is do kind of a mid-year formative, because the way we set it up, you really have to kind of start. Ideally, we would start this process in July, because that's really where we would set the goals with the superintendent for the next year. It's after the superintendent evaluation. We set the goals, and then we kind of identify our year-to-year objectives to kind of follow through with that, because the January timeline here, unless we want to shift that and make January our goal-setting time, but our goals are really what the superintendent bases their progress on, so it doesn't make sense to do that. It's just, I think we can adopt it and say this is what we want to do going forward, make the changes to our board operating procedure over the spring so that it all aligns, but implementation of this is not something that I think any body should really look at. We're implementing it immediately. I think we could begin to talk about it maybe. And maybe even in April, May, we could do self-evaluations just based on what we know after we do the operating procedures, but not for an immediate implementation at all.
Yeah, I think it's very similar, and that was my question. Looking at it was just, it's very similar to what we did with the superintendent goal. It's like, we can say we're gonna jump right in, but because there's been no runway room and we haven't established those lanes, it's best to develop those processes, set the goals, and then start knowing this is now our roadmap. So I think that would be very wise.
I mean, I appreciate the work, I do, and I appreciate the fact that it mirrors the superintendent's evaluation. I think that's very important that we are held to the same standard and the same kind of measuring stick. But you know, I'm also of the opinion that for me there was some gaps when I read this. There's some gaps between how we operate and what we do to what is being measured. You know, strength in communication and collaboration with stakeholders. You know, what is ethical leadership? Well, there's lots of different definitions. You know, communication with the stakeholders. We don't communicate right now within the board. There's no, we can't talk. We can't talk in a group text. We can't talk in group emails. We can't hardly talk here. We can't talk in closed session. There's no, and that goalpost is moving constantly. And I think as a new board member, I'm struggling with that goalpost has moved in 12 months a couple different times. And so I can't evaluate myself until I know what field we're playing on. And so and until that's perfectly clear, and until everything is laid out, I want to evaluate myself. I'm an iron sharpens iron kind of guy. Y'all know that. But we're avoiding conversations. There's, you know, right now the current communication goes one direction and then comes back disseminated sometimes differently to what the actual communication was. And I can't evaluate myself. I can't evaluate us as a board knowing that communication isn't open, communication is controlled. And if we're going to be a good board, we've got to have open communication. We can't have controlled communication. And I feel that we have worked in the last 12 months to control communication. And so I want to be held to the exact same standard as Dr. Everett. I do. But she has a specific set of rules, and we lay out some very hard things and that are attainable. And right now, I don't think we're the same. I think we're, I don't know. I just am struggling that those goalposts are being moved. I'm struggling with the fact that we can't talk. I'm struggling with the fact that, you know, when this one part, strengthening communication with stakeholders. For the longest time, everybody on this board that was here previous hated the fact that everybody said, oh, 7-0 vote. Well, it's that way because there's no way to talk. And it's continued, I mean, communication is being suppressed is ultimately what it feels like. And so that's just my 2 cents. I think we gotta work out those board operating procedures and really hone in on them, whatever they look like, before we do that. I appreciate y'all doing this. I think it's a great foundation, but
I think that you'll see some changes in that, and maybe understanding it more. A lot of the things that have changed is because of compliance issues that I became aware of through training, and also talking to legal. Some of the stuff that had carried on from previous boards with the way that we communicated with each other weren't in compliance.
sure, and I get
And
that,
so
but
that's why some of those changes have happened. And maybe I didn't communicate that well, and for that, I'm truly sorry.
that's part of my struggle, honestly, is it was just told we were gonna change, but there was no ever a legal, this is what this is now in November and December, and then January, February is different, and in July it was a little bit different, and it never was until last week, in my emails, not to theirs, to my emails, it was, oh, hey, on consultation of legal and on consultation of TASB. Well, that's a piece of communication that everybody needs to know.
And I can definitely get better at that, and I appreciate you bringing that up. And I know that that's a conversation that we are going to have when we do our training with our board operating procedures, because we do need to be able to communicate, but that's also what this forum's for. And I think, you know, sometimes we get a little trepidatious about things that
I don't know what that word means.
we're going to say out here, cautious.
Oh.
And so, I mean, we need to be able to communicate, and I think the bones of it and the conversation that I had in training as an officer was that every communication that we have to be accountable to the stakeholders for.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if we wanted to just, you know, sit around and, you know, have conversations and pile it up and not make any decisions, because we can't do that when we're not in a specially called and posted meeting, we could do that on the bonfire. We're not allowed, it's not that we can't talk to each other, it's just that we can't discuss and make decisions on district policies and business. All of that has to be open.
Sure.
Or the things that are in closed session have to be available for somebody to argue through an open meeting record.
Well, I think in relation to that, this is one thing that I would say. And yes, there are always legal and compliance issues. There are certain things that we can and can't do. When you say sometimes people have trepidation about what they say in this open forum, I think sometimes that is personal courtesy to others to not, you know, it's one thing to work in an operational body, and it's the same thing equate it to your own family. You have a serious discussion in your family, you don't need the whole neighborhood hearing all of the airy, dirty laundry, right?
Yes.
It's not a method by which to keep things from. But what I can also say is I think that some of it, to piggyback a little bit on the comment about, you know, communication and not knowing the rules and it being very one way, I think we are all encouraged to ask questions before board meetings. The concern that I have with that sometimes is some of the questions that are asked, it is shared with the full board as to what those questions are and what those answers are. But it's not always shared with the full board. Hearing in the open meeting earlier about how the whole spreadsheet would, you know, and the why behind why it was asked for, that, you know, maybe I missed it in a memo. I mean, y'all know whatever it is. I know I asked some very specific questions about some of the communication that came to us this last week on accountability. And I don't know that everybody else knows what all of my questions and all of my follow-up and what responses I received back. But it's all important information that I think the entire board needs to know. But then if we're not going to be able to have that forum and to be able to speak about that, whether it's in closed session or not, my personal opinion, if somebody wants to PIA request a closed session, there are certain things that are going to be protected by the lawyers, such as, you know, hirings, firings, terminations, things like that. But if we're discussing something in there and somebody wants to PIA request it, PIA request it. It's not a method of hiding it, but I realize that it can be very broad. Maybe we need to get more specific about what we put on the agenda. But I also don't want a board agenda that is full of 1,000 different things. You know, this month, well, you know, we didn't get to talk as a board about, you know, the prelim accountability, you know, where we're going with that. So, you know, let me put it on the agenda so that I can ask my question in open session so that I'm sure that the other board members are aware. Because I do think, to your point, we all have our certain themes. But our certain themes are those things that make us better as a board to make better decisions. If I have a particular lens that I'm looking at accountability with, it's not that I want to tell Dr. Epley how to do it. It's that I want to hear what it is, because at some point I'm going to be asked and I'm going to be held accountable as a board member if our accountability ratings are not what they're supposed to be. So I want to dig in and know a little bit more about that. It's important for y'all to know that. I don't know, I mean, I know some of the financial things, but I don't, you know all of them. So to hear a different perspective on the building projects or something like that, that's important, but I may not necessarily hear that if it's not discussed out here. So that communication piece, to me, is huge, and it does feel like sometimes when asked that, we'll just ask it all beforehand because we want our meetings to go faster. We want them to be more efficient. We don't want those, everything to be aired out. We want to make sure, and I'm happy asking a question sometimes and Dr. Eckley not having the answer. I mean, I can ask a question in here, and if you have to tell me, you know what,
I'll get back to you.
I will get this information to you in the Friday memo. Hey, I'm cool with that. I don't expect her to have every single answer to every question. And if we have to table it a little bit, I do expect if it's, a big thing that we're voting on, that, if it's something catastrophic, she's probably going to know it because she's going to study it. I know I do. If there's something I really need passed on the board agenda, I know it backwards, forwards, and I can typically anticipate what my board is going to ask. But every once in a while, there's some little bit of data, and most of the time that's, you know what, I'll get that to you in the Friday memo, and that works fine. So from that standpoint, I think working through that, whether that's through the board operating procedures, whether that's us operating differently here, whether that's allowing some space in closed session, open session, or whatever, for us to just bring up issues that are important. Because we do here, we each have people in the community that come to us. And, today I had the opportunity to ask, hey, I'm hearing from parents, we can't hang our posters. They're not happy about it. And the question I got asked was, well, who would say we couldn't do that? Well, I don't know who would tell you you couldn't do that. But you know what? Before we move in, we'll figure it out. And I mean, obviously, no one has directly said you can't hang posters in the gym. It's just, it's a miscommunication. But then that, if I just went and asked her, she would have said, told me that same thing, but Becky might have gotten the same question and not known it.
Right.
So it's about us being able to communicate not only together, but to have the same message when we go out. Because if we are a 7-0 vote, then we ought to all be on the same page when it comes to what we discuss and what we talk about.
That's what I hear that all, and I struggled with the same thing 8 years ago, 9 years ago. When I first came in, I was like, why don't we communicate? Until they trained me that we can. That's the law. That's the way the law is written. But when a question is asked, and this just comes down to consistency of when a question's asked, we all get the same response. We all get, it's either going to be in the Friday memo or it's going to be another way. That way we have it enough time before we come to talk about it, we all have the same information.
Correct.
I think with us working on the operating procedures is what's going to eventually cure this, so we have it in a written way of how it's going to work all the time. And it's not going to just work for us. It's not just going to work for this month. Hopefully these operating procedures can go on for 20 years from now to where it's the same. That way we get to some consistency of how it works instead of, like you said, changing every month. Well, I got it a little bit different this time. Well, if we have it in a procedure or somewhere, hopefully we can get to where it's consistent. We're getting the same information all the time.
Because I realized that I violated a rule. I mean, through all this deal, I realized I violated one of the procedures a month or so ago. I didn't know it, but I did. I mean, I knew it was probably towing the line, of course. That's who I am. But I went in there and dug and trying to figure all this stuff out. I realized that, hey, Joel, you violated this one thing. Okay, don't do that again.
I do agree though with...
But the consistency piece, when things go up and then there's a decision to disseminate parts or pieces or maybe not exactly the whole thing, or you know what I mean, that makes the communication challenging. It takes away the heart of the question, it takes away the meat of the question, it takes away lots of things, and I think that's maybe what you're getting at. We've got to clear that up so that we can
Right, it just
have
needs to
that
be
trust.
when a board member asks a question, be it to the president or the superintendent, it's going to be relayed back. We got to come up with a way that it's relayed back the same every time, and the full information.
I completely agree.
If I could, I would just like to say that it is always my intent to give everyone the answer, and I have done that. I think I have struggled with the methodology, like do I wait till Friday memo? Do I give it directly now in an email that you may or may not read and then you're looking for it in the Friday memo? Do I say, this was the question that was asked and here is the answer,
this was a question by this board member, and I tried to be sensitive that I'm not trying to call anyone out. I'm not trying to say, hey, this person doesn't understand, or this person has got questions, or is trying to lead something. I am just trying to disseminate the information. So I think in the operating procedures, when we get to that discussion, I think it would be very helpful. I did, if you'll remember, proposed a document that would make that a much easier task for me, and when I came, it was voted that that was not the approach we wanted to take. And so I would like to revisit that. I know that has been very successful in other districts, and it is legal, so as long as we are not responding back to it. So as we discuss that, I agree. What I would like to highlight, that I think is where the confusion may be, is that I do understand the concern of a community that it looks like a rubber stamp. It's 7-0, nobody's asking questions, right? And it's not that we don't want to ask questions. Every time we have a topic, it is asked, is there any discussion? That's the opportunity to ask the question. All we have asked is that if you know you are going to have a question, if you could please let us know ahead of time so that we do have that data available. We don't have to say, and I know that that question may just arrive as you're driving in, and of course, in that situation, I may have to say, I'm so sorry, we'll have to bring that back to you. But if you know when you see the agenda that I have these 4 questions, if you can give that to us, we can certainly talk to you about it. And then if you want to say, I'm 100% going to bring that back up. I know you've explained it to me, but I'm going to bring that back up because I want our constituents to hear that I've asked those questions, and I want them to hear your answers. It is not theater. It is not planning a response. It is really us being able to be prepared and give you that data. Maybe we even have a slide. Maybe we show the timeline of when the academics will be happening and what our plan is to address some of the deficits we're seeing. But it's about us being prepared to communicate with you and the community before a decision is made. And then I would just say, I think where there's some confusion about agenda items is that what we understand is that we can't have general, we just want to discuss things, because that is where the lawyer is advising. You have to rein it into a topic. It can't be a free-for-all that just kind of is amorphous, because the idea behind it is not to curtail your discussions, but to give the community advance notice. I have a concern about that calendar. It appears they'll be discussing and voting on that calendar this meeting. I will attend, or I will tune in, versus we're just going to discuss duties of the board or duties of the superintendent. That is so vague, I don't know, is that something that will cover my thing or not? So, not that that's a direct criticism, it's just...
No, but I have a direct answer.
Yeah.
My direct answer is, back to board operating procedures, say the board member can request an agenda item to be placed on the deal.
Right.
My thing is, if that is the response, then that needs to be shared.
Right.
That needs to be disseminated not only to me, hey, this is why I'm asking this question, not, hey, tell me why.
Right.
This needs to be just told to everybody that, hey, the board operating procedure says this, but this is what is happening. This is truly what it is.
And I think that's where y'all have the opportunity to refine that operating procedure.
I agree with that part. I'm saying, and when I say I take it to the top, I don't mean just you. I take it to both you guys, right?
Right.
I send both those questions to both.
Right.
And, in the last 2 months, Melissa and I have had several email exchanges, and in both of them, there's slightly different responses on how procedures are working, from getting us stuff when you can. That's how we were, get it to us as you can, as soon as you can, to where a couple months ago was, we need that stuff before, about 4 days before, so we can go for it. And so those sorts of things, if there's legal data, if there's legal reasons, we need to know, because all we have is that document, unless we have the full story. And I just don't, and then when stuff goes up, like I said, some of those questions get turned around to where what I asked isn't what's getting disseminated. It's a different spreadsheet, or it's a different change order thing.
No, but I want to be clear. I'm not giving you something and giving them somebody else different.
I'm saying what's happening is when stuff goes up, maybe there's not an understanding because we're not
I would agree
communicating.
with that.
And so therefore, what gets disseminated is different than what the original intention was. So we have to have a methodology to talk.
And that is my suggestion that I made when I first came, that it is
I would love to
a
see that
question
document.
submitted that everyone sees, and then we directly respond to that question directly on the same doc that everyone sees. And there is no discussion that happens amongst the board, but you see what was the question that was asked and what is the response from administration.
And that's great operationally for you. I say for us as a board, we need whatever, if we're gonna go to the January 8th meeting, my charge would be, you have all the info, please bring it so that we can make decisions. That's.
And we will have Esperanza there again from TASB. You know, and we can certainly, if you already have questions, I would ask that those be submitted related to that process so that we also get a feedback from your attorney, because we have had varying opinions where TASB says you can only do it this way, and then Rob says, I wouldn't quite say that. So I want you to have the facts from both sides so you can make a decision, and we feel that we are following good compliance, but we are functional as a board, for sure.
I want to add one thing before we finish this conversation. In my last training, I was with about maybe 5 or 6 other district board members, and the TASB trainer asked, all right, we're going to go around, everybody let us know, after becoming a board member, what are you surprised with? What did you not expect? And this was my response. My response was that the communication and the collaboration that I thought was going to happen wasn't what I was experiencing, and how frustrating it was, because I ran to be a board member to serve, and I'd served in the capacities that I had, which were of course nothing like being a board member, very different. So wanting to be effective and productive does require really great collaboration and communication. And I think in addition to the procedural aspect of that, what we really need to have, and I think we all need to really think about this, is having a culture that celebrates questions and celebrates communication, because that's what we expect of our students, right? We want them to raise their hand. We want them to answer questions.
Absolutely.
We want them to ask second and third level questions and really dig in. So as a board, we need to be doing the same thing. And I've definitely felt, sitting in this chair for the past year, at times, you know, should I ask a question? Or I didn't send this in before, but I really want, you know, to understand this better. And I need our veteran board members to make me feel, and of course Joel, everybody jokes with Joel about asking questions, but we should be celebrating that. Joel wants to know before he votes, you know, he wants to understand. So in addition to the procedural part, we really need to think about the cultural aspect of how we perceive conversation.
So I think there's 2 things I would say. One, for planning going into the training, a question for Esperanza would be a little bit of what I think Becky's talking about is, it's one thing to have questions and a one-way communication to see the answer to those questions. It's very different to say you have a working board. And I think at the end of the day, we all ran for these positions because we wanted the Maryland to be the very special place that it is, and we want to maintain that. But a one-way communication is not a collaborative space for us to have that conversation. And I know the rules, I get it. But I do see other boards that operate a little bit differently in terms of that aspect. It's not all just one-way communication. And what I mean by that is that the rule is specifically that no decision can be made. You know, no voting, no decisions, no, you know, walking quorum of, okay, let's get together and at the board meeting, we're all going to vote like this.
Right.
That's what we have to avoid. And I think in terms of what I would like to see is a way for us to, we're not even gonna talk necessarily about how we're going to vote or anything else, but more of a just discussion about certain things that happen in the district. And some of these things are things that happen in the concession, and some of these things are not from there. So what are those parameters that we can work within for that to be more supportive of things? Because there are things that happen between board meetings that may not necessarily appear on here, but I'm like, oh, that would be something that, you know, collectively as a board, it would be nice for us to just be able to share that information with each other without it always just being, you know, a one-way or a document, you know, like Dr. Lee was talking about, where we put our question, she answers it. Like that's a great way for us to communicate about board items. I think we're talking about I'm talking about the collective ability for us to move here. The other aspect I would have is if we're going to change the way that we're going to be doing something in a board meeting, whether it's how we are voting or how, you know, anything like that, that we kind of know before we go in this room that those changes are going to be made. And I don't always feel like we do that. Like we're catching it on the fly, like all of a sudden, okay, this is different, this is different. And so, and maybe
No, I think
through
that's
the
what
operating
we're doing.
procedures that can correct itself, but then it creates kind of a, well, what to expect this time. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. And I think some of those things are quite benign. It's like, hey, we have a lot of guests tonight. We want to try to get them out as soon as possible. So we're going to do this action item, but then we're also going to have a discussion item because we have some people from a committee that we also need to let go home. So I think you see some of those kind of benign shifts, but if you don't know why, it could look strange, or why are we not knowing about
I'm
that?
not talking about moving around the agenda
Yeah.
items. I'm
Okay.
talking about like some of the things that Joel said earlier. We're gonna always have this on here and then all of a sudden it just goes away. And then, or we expect to go into closed session and discuss X, Y, Z, and then all of a sudden, no, we're not gonna do that, and there's no explanation for why. Or it's minor things like that. I mean, I shouldn't say minor, but it's changes to the way that we operate without the explanation for why those changes to operations actually happen. As you said, you're learning things as you go through. I sat through the same training. Yes, some of the things I understand because I went to the training. But some of the things, you know, and it's hearing it in different lenses and different ears, and how we process those types of things that we hear. Because it's always going to happen that all of a sudden Dr. Lee could walk in on any agenda right before the board meeting and say, hey, we need to take that off the agenda, and you can announce that. So I'm not really talking about agenda items. I'm really like, this item is specifically about how we operate as a board, not how we interact with this document.
I guess it's gonna really come down to understanding the leeway that we have with the law and the procedures. That's something that we wanna find out from Rob and from Esperanza of what leeways do we actually have.
And they don't agree on that.
And then that will come back to us to decide who to follow. We'll have to discuss which direction we wanna go. If we wanna follow Rob or we wanna follow TASB. If Rob has a law and it's written in law that we have to do it this way, then I don't see another direction. I know TASB, you know, supports us, but law is law. But either way, I'd like to see what both of them say about how we can operate.
That is all.
But I agree with, I think we should move forward with this instrument, but I think we need to look at updating it immediately after we do our operating procedures.
So do you want to accept it as it is, or do you want to?
I want to accept it as it is so we can move forward and get started with having a document, but we can update that document at any time. So once we do our operating procedures, we can immediately go back and update that document.
So but we'd have to change, we're gonna just skip the January stuff then?
Yeah, the first 12 months are we're gonna have to be pretty loose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And
Because there's a formative assessment in January on us.
Right.
So,
Yeah. You could look at this the way there is a curricular tie to this, and that they call it backward design, where you identify what you want what you want the end result to be and what the assessment's going to be, and then you write the lesson backwards the other way. This is essentially writing the evaluation process, and then we craft if we agree with what's in the evaluation, we then craft the operating procedures then to support that.
Correct. Right.
And then make tweaks as needed going forward.
Is that what the committee wants?
I agree.
Good with that.
I agree.
We're not allowed to vote until we have a motion.
Then I move to approve the board goals to be used with a self-evaluation instrument. I should put it here.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve from Joel and a second from Clint. All those in favor? The motion is going to carry 6-0 by Becky Stevenson, Clint Scheid, Melissa Sartain, Lisa Gouchman, Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick. Okay, with that, we're going to move into the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on anything in consent?
I have a random question on 11F. Is there something different that y'all might know of that's better than ChatGPT or Google Gemini to search these books?
I haven't found anything better.
They give you all the information.
I know, but
There's no summary whatsoever.
okay, I'm just trying to be, but you have to be very specific what you're looking for to ask the right question. And so I'm just, to make a decision, that's all I'm using. And if there's another tool out there, I would love to hear about it.
I anticipate that the next step of this will be they will just tell us what books we're allowed to have in each library, and so that this process will stop pretty quickly. Either that or they will have a tool to say, this is what you use to evaluate. And so I anticipate there will be changes, but right now it is a huge burden on each community.
I think you're right, because the original legislation for this actually required the publishers to create the document to tell us whether it was appropriate or not and whether it matched with law, and the publishers fought it, and that's why for so long it stopped. And so this is the workaround of getting there. So I think at some point, you're exactly right, the publishers are going to have to put something out to say whether it should or shouldn't be in accordance with law and in the library.
Once again, another institutional issue.
Any other discussion on the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Second.
A motion to approve the consent agenda by Clint, second by Dan. All those in favor? Motion's going to carry 6-0 by Becky Stevenson, Clint Scheid, Melissa Sartain, Lacey Gotchman, Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick. Are you abstaining or nay?
For the vote because of one of the items on the consent agenda.
Okay. Nothing you want to discuss? Oh,
Is that
okay.
not a conflict?
Are you talking about the donation? You can vote on that. You can vote on the donation. Because it's not changing policy. Okay. Yeah, the donation's fine. I think if there was a change in policy, then
Just making sure.
okay. Do you still want to abstain?
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure.
Okay, so I'm just going to leave you abstaining. So it's going to pass 5-0. Becky Stevenson, Clint Scheid, Melissa Sartain, Lacey Gosh is abstaining, Dan Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick in favor of. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551071, consultation with the board's attorney concerning legal and procedural issues involving the termination of a probationary contract employee during the term of that contract. Pursuant to 551.074, discussion regarding the termination of a probationary contract of Jesus Esquivel at the end of 2025-2026 school year. Pursuant to 551074, discuss the duties of the superintendent. Pursuant to 551074, discuss the employment and resignation of professional personnel to include teachers and other professionals. Any action will be taken in open session. The time is 8:28 and open session is suspended. ready? I have an analog. Thank you.
Okay, the time is 10:18 and we're reconvening in open session. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to propose the mid-contract termination of Jesus Escobar based on good cause and further direct the superintendent to give notice to the board's action in compliance with the law.
I second.
The motion to approve was given by Dan, second by Joel. All those in favor? The motion is going to carry 6-0 by Becky Stevenson, Clint Scheid, Melissa Sartain, Dan Reinhardt, Lacey Gosh, and Joel Frederick. Are there any other motions? Okay, the time is 10:19 and the meeting is adjourned.